YouTube. Oh yeah, I assume Spectre meant that he's like not listening to the audio, rather than the stream isn't working. So that's starting a student screen. You're not supposed to hear me. You know, that's when I'm doing all my secret stuff. I meant that I already know that Spectre is awesome. I don't know. Oh well. Simple harm. Oh, nice. I probably learned about that at some point. I hardly remember it. Read my hypothesis now. Ugh. You know, math channel. I keep forgetting to ask you, but your name implies that you might be posting math content too. But when I looked at your channel, I don't remember seeing anything. Just out of curiosity, is that something you're planning to do? It's always nice to like meet people who are interested in doing math. So this is a question here posted to my Discord. And I think I know the answer offhand, but I want to kind of like draw it out a little bit. It's a physics question, but it's pretty, it's not so bad. The person who posted it said they tried setting the equation that equals MA, drawn a diagram of the horizontal flat surface with 120 kilograms. Right, okay. The final answer is apparently 1220 from the book. Newtons. I'm gonna do this in Paint so it's easier to send a picture. Copy image, paste. Okay. So we know there's a net acceleration of 0.4 meters per second squared. Yeah, it's just the most convenient thing. This is like I use Paint for math, but if I need to actually do something artistic, I have both GIMP and Paint.net, depending on what I'm trying to do exactly. But if I just want to quickly like work out something with math and take a screenshot of it, this is more convenient than the whiteboard. I like this font. Perfect, arrow up. So you have normal force going up, the force due to gravity going down. And we know the total force is equal to 120 kg times 0.4. Oh, and Thunder, if you're gonna have a question today, please do post it. This one isn't like urgent or anything like that. Oh, this should be mental math here, right? 48? It's a terrible 8. Because 12 times 4 is 48? Yeah. Struggle more doing quantum physics than Finnish essay. Ooh, that's saying something. Wait. Oh, never mind. All right. That's still saying something. But also the total force is equal to the normal force plus the force due to gravity, which is equal to 120 kg times the acceleration of the normal force plus 120 kg. I should have put the units if I'm doing it like this. If you could explain why we guess x equals a e to the kt to be solution second order equations, that would be nice. I think I touched on it the last time we were talking about it, but it's because oh wait, this time you use t, so this time I'll use t. It's because the e function has a very nice property that, in just like the simpler case with e to the t, that y prime is equal to y. And so if you have some equation that's relating like, you know, 2y minus, or sorry, 2y, oh my god, 2y prime minus 5y equals 0. This is only for first order, I know you guys about second order. But you can be pretty certain that it's going to be some version of e because of this nice property here. Because it's relating a function to its own derivative, and e just has such a clean relationship with its own derivative. Yeah. And so it's the same exact situation when you go to a second order. Now, second order sines and cosines can get involved too, because if you let y equal sine of t, y prime is cosine t, and y double prime is minus sine t. So sines and cosines get involved too, and that's where, like, you know, that's why you can end up with sine and cosine for some of the solutions if there's the complex roots. But really, sine and cosine are, they're secretly exponential functions with e. So it really, the answer is almost always e. Syntax error, weird question. Have you ever heard of thickness for a function? If I could, may I link a decimal thingy that would clear it up? I have not heard of thickness for a function. That sounds like just like adding a third dimension in a two-dimensional way. But yeah, feel free to drop a link there. Are we allowed to ask stupid questions here? Oh, please do. All my questions are stupid. Yeah, exactly. If we let y equals e to the t, then we know that y prime equals y. So I like doing that little kind of like, I feel like that kind of representation bridges the gap between why this equation probably has some version of e to the t as the solution. Oh shoot, I didn't even see that you linked the Desmos thing. This looks like the Wario W. That's what immediately comes to mind when I see this. Essentially, for every point of the function, take its normal and travel L in that direction. And so is L a constant here? Looks like a crazy road to drive on. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I can see that. Or I guess I more or less understand what's happening with this. Or like, you know, your expression of taking the normal and going L much in either direction makes sense. What's the task here, I guess? Do you know if it has a better name / description? L equals 3 gets a little cultish. It's like a really sad pentagram. It's like, oh. If it has a better name / description. It's posted in my Discord, Thunder, in math homework help. I don't think it. Unless I'm missing something. I think it wasn't such a bad question. 0.4488 is something. Oh, okay. So that's why I was on that weird value at first. I haven't. My answer is going to be 120 kilograms times 10.2 meters per second, I think. Whatever that comes out to be. Tic-tac-toe? Nice. Yeah, what would this, like, if I just Google thickness of a function, I assume you've already done this, but let me just see. Euler-Trace theorem to compute that largest L. I don't know how you would do that. It seems almost like something you'd want to do, like, it seems like polar coordinates would be related in some way. Few more points. You watch 3, skip 1, watch. Oh, really? Oh, you're farming. Yeah, because it goes in increments of 5, doesn't it? But I think, doesn't it give you 400 for the later streaks? I don't know that, though. Yeah, well, like, what else would I search here? Curve generated by normal line to a function. This would just be -1 over the derivative. Oh, I guess, yeah, you probably don't need, like, polar coordinates, not anything, I don't like those. Yeah. Sent a question? Okay. Let me see if I can find anything on syntax errors question, and then we're going to look at Joseph's question, and then it'll be you, Thunder, I think. Yeah, this might not have the an exact name. It's not that I can think of. I wonder if Zach or maybe like Stookie might have an idea there. But I don't have anything for that one syntax, I don't think. So let's look at Joseph's. Assume we have I mean, yeah, maybe there's something interesting there to write an article on. So assume that we have an isosceles triangle BAC, where line BC oh, I'm covering it. Oh well. Hey Waffle, how's it going? This triangle BAC, where the line BC is the base. Triangle, let angles BC equal theta, L equal the length of line BC, also L equals the length of line CA plus length of line AB. And it's isosceles, so CA equals AB. So the bottom of this triangle is twice as long as the congruent sides. Greetings, mortals. Hey, Phobos. Greeting, immortal. Summon Jed. Yeah, we... Anytime there's geometry, I'm just like, Jed! Wait, L prime? Over 2? Why is it L prime? Why isn't it just L over 2? Well, I guess we need to draw this. So like, why are we introducing a second variable when we don't need it? This is an equilateral triangle, but, you know, equilateral triangles are also isosceles, so we're good. Because is it, like, this is L, and aren't these both L over 2? Don't we just know that because these are congruent? Which one is theta? Ladyboat she schooner? Wait, where is theta? Oh wait, angles B and C are theta. Okay. So I'm confused why they're calling that L prime when we just know that it's L over 2. And we want L prime minus L over L. Bloody L. Well, wait. Let the length of line CA equal the length of line AB equal L prime over 2. Like, this is stupid. L prime equals L. Which means that thing is 0. Yeah, you know what, Joseph? I do feel like this is a stupid quote question. I think I agree. Hey, Milorad over on YouTube. So, I guess let's pretend that L prime is something different, I guess. Because this is just weird. Is it because we might be varying theta? But we still know... No, I don't know. I don't know why I do this stupid L prime thing, but we can just not question it and do what they want. I think we're going to drop an altitude here, and because if we need to express this quantity in terms of theta, we're going to need some trig. Eldritch, for today's joke, I choose my life. Hey, Learning Balance, welcome in. If it was L over 2, A would be on the segment BC. Oh, that would violate the triangle inequality, I guess. If I let... It's like, if this is 2, and if I follow my claim that these would both then be 1... Yeah, this isn't a real triangle. Because, well, if I drew this more to scale, it would be more like that or something. Huh. Okay, you're right. Learning Balance, good point. Why isn't it working, Eldritch? I don't know. It should be... Your first one should have been right. Wait. Is streamer.bot being stupid? Oh my god. Wait, no, it's still there. Let me... What? I'll have to look into this. Oh, hey, there it goes. It was just being slow, I guess. Okay, Learning Balance, thank you for the correction there. Okay, so we want to express both L and L prime in terms of theta, and then plug it in here. So if we look at just 1/2 of this triangle, that becomes L over 2, that's L prime over 2. Oh, you know what? We can be sneaky. We can split this fraction up into L prime over L minus L over L. L over L is just 1. And then L prime over L, we have a nice little, we can use trig to get an L prime over L. We want L prime over L, so we want hypotenuse over adjacent, which is going to be 1 over cosine, which is secant. So I think it's secant theta minus 1, question mark? Because the over 2's will cancel, so we can sub in L prime over L for secant. All right, see ya, Eldritch. Thanks for saying hi. See, I hope that makes sense. It's definitely kind of a... It's still weird, but I guess I can't call it a stupid question. Hey, Obi. 30 minutes ago, close your window that you left open last night. Oh, funny. Most dedicated viewer. Oh, it was misspelled, yeah. Um, okay, so that's Joseph's question, unless I hear something further back on it. Let's look at Thunders. Oh gosh, we got some simple harmonic motion. Take cover. There's probably something like that also works, but it should boil down to secant theta. Yeah, it didn't seem to make sense, but I guess it makes sense once I actually looked at it more. It's a little bit of a weird task to have you do, but I guess you can do it. Hey, VOD. How's it going today? Particle P moves simple harmonic motion about a point O, given that the maximum displacement of the particle from O is A. Show that V squared equals omega squared times A squared minus X squared, where V is the velocity of the particle and omega squared is a constant. Yeah, that's why they do the L prime thing, I guess, Fembox. Doing good too. Thanks for asking. This feels like an energy thing. I'm gonna go straight to the answer though, I think, because I don't even know how to think about this in the first place. Oh, okay, yeah, I'm even more glad that I looked at this then. You're confused on the first line. I'm also confused on the first line. Thanks for the lurk. This first one is just the equation for simple harmonic motion, where the acceleration always opposes wherever you currently are. So if you're going out to the right, you're always being dragged back to the left. And it's probably mirrored for you, so ignore the right and left, but... the x double dot equals v dv dx. Omega, I assume omega is the frequency. It's just whatever constant you want it to be. Like the actual, the rate of change of angle. And I think that's another word for frequency. Yeah, like the period of the motion is going to be like, you know, if you is when it goes like one full cycle around, like left, right, and then back again. And 1 over that is going to be your frequency. I assume that's what omega is here. And omega is commonly used for frequency, I think. But even for the purpose of doing the math here, we don't necessarily even need to know what it is, but I'm assuming that it's frequency at least. Okay, I'm trying to unpack this angular velocity. Oh, it's also used for that, isn't it? But isn't... Oh, God. Isn't it related to frequency? Angular frequency vector, it's also called. I think frequency is usually constant, and this doesn't have to be constant. Oh, what did I just... Oh, I accidentally took like a 2-second recording right then. I really don't understand most of this. You've been trying to read it for the last 35 minutes. So for this first line, I just kind of read it as x double dot acceleration equals negative some constant that for now I don't care about, omega squared, times our current position x. And the negative sign is significant because that's like what I was saying before with how your acceleration, you're always accelerating towards the center. And so it's kind of the opposite of whatever your current position is. And that's why that negative sign is there. So if you're to the right of center, you're being accelerating towards the left. Okay, yeah. And so I think that's where this second order differential equation comes from, ignoring the omega being angular velocity. That's something where I imagine, whoever solved this equation first just made that some arbitrary constant k and later found that k equals omega squared, like later on in the problem. That's what I'm assuming. So oh, that's what you mean. Anytime there's something periodic happening, you can think of an angle, even if they're even if they're at like I get what you mean, where geometrically there's, you're always on that same like one-dimensional line. But if this is like the path that we have to move along, with center O. And let's say we start at the center, we move to the right, and then once we get all the way to the right, we move all the way to the left. Once we move all the way left, we come back again, and that's one period. You could relate this periodic motion to like the graph of sine, because if that's time and that's displacement, if we start at the center, that's like starting at the origin, and then you go up to some maximum, which represents going up to the maximum here, and then you come back down to where you started when we're coming back to the left and we're halfway through, and then you go all the way left down to negative, and then you start coming back up to the center. And like that's a sine, and sine takes an angle in as its thing. So I guess this would imply that time and angle are kind of the same thing, which I don't know if that's like the best thing to say, because I'm not too good at physics, but whenever there's anything periodic, you can relate it to trig functions, and trig functions have angles. That's kind of how I'm rationalizing that. Yeah, it's not. Yeah, it's not like we're drawing some third point and making a triangle and changing that triangle. Maybe there's something there, but that's how I'm like imagining it. And I think angular velocity doesn't even have to be. Ooh. Because you could also have a particle moving in a circle. And there's an angular velocity here, which is like, if you have a particle just moving in a circle, it's how much angle you cover in a certain amount of time. They derive the formula using what I sent you. It's probably better to go off this than my own. Not sure how that acceleration links with simple harmonic motion. Yeah, I kind of just realized a similar thing. Yeah, we like for the sake of this example, we would have the circle as a fixed radius. No. Oh shoot, I'm not showing the browser. No, I think you can still talk about angular speed with simple harmonic motion. I'm just not doing it quite right. I feel like that's a simple explanation here that I just don't know. Hey, Vitor Oliveira. Simple harmonic motion is a projection of circular motion. Oh, what the hell? That's kind of cool. You're from Brazil? Yeah, I'm from America. Wow, dude. That's kind of sick. That's a simple explanation that I felt like must exist. Wait, slow down. Yeah, exactly. The angular displacement is omega t. So that's angular velocity times the time, which is just an angle. And we can use trig to work out what the vertical displacement is, which is the actual harmonic motion that's happening. A sine omega t, because we have opposite, hypotenuse, and the angle omega t. And I see that question, Joseph. I'll take a look at it after this. Oh, okay, yeah, we don't care about the phase constant. I don't think you need this part of it. Okay, I don't think we need the phase difference here, but that's a link to the thread. So that's a really nice explanation. The angle being omega t is just from the definition of omega. Omega is angle per time. So if you take angle per time and multiply by time, you get angle. Omega was V over T, V over R. I think it's also that. Angular, convert velocity to angular. I think it's just another formula, but it also gets you. It ends up being the same thing, I think. Vishalsingh? Probably I'm saying that wrong. Help and rank of matrix, how to find from echelon form. I was trying to do that quick. Rank of a matrix. If you have it in echelon form, it's just the number of rows you have that aren't zero, is my recollection. Hey, Hardlocked. So like in this example here from Wikipedia, this one isn't even in echelon form, but like you can eliminate this third row, make it all zeros, so you only have 2 unique rows. So you'd say it's rank 2. And like here, this one shows it more clearly. That row on the bottom is all zeros, and we can't reduce it anymore. So it's rank 2, so we have 2 unique rows. Oh, No Cow and Fizzbuzz. Hey, No Cow, it's been a minute. Yeah, oh yeah, it's already checked the Discord while I'm streaming, but I hope you're well. Holy crap. And you've been subbed this entire time? 16-month streak? Holy crap. Thank you, No Cow. Oh, that's right. Yeah, I was just wondering how you're doing too. Well, awesome. Been wanting to do a bit of Stardew. I'm doing good. The summer's been a bit slow, but oops, I wanted the last tab still. But yeah, I mean, it'll be pick up here soon. Can't wait to go up. Yeah. Do you care if it's like on stream versus off stream, or like I don't mind whatever. I just kind of want to play some Stardew. Ryan Infotainment over on YouTube says, please factorize 4x squared minus 2y cubed. That doesn't really factor too cleanly, Ryan, I don't think. Like you can factor a 2 out. I don't think there's much more that you can do there. That would make it simpler at least. Awesome. All right, I'll message you back and we can figure something out. So, sorry, Hunter, you're asking about why is V equal to R times omega? Yeah, exactly, Bode. When it's y cubed, it doesn't really clean up that well. It's like difference of 2 squares. No, you don't have to do that, No Cow. Case reveal for later. um He's about the angle omega t. Okay, well, I would just go back to this equation up here. Omega is delta theta over delta t. We're taking omega and we're multiplying it by delta t. So we only end up with delta theta, which is an angle. So yeah, it's a fancy version of theta, but in Physbos too, I hope you're doing well. So sorry, I said hi and then I got distracted, but okay. Yeah, is it this one here or the next one? I paused the music and then I didn't play it again. What? What did I click on? Oh god. I broke everything. There we go. The part where they say v sine theta minus 0 over delta t? Oh, right here. Why do they do that? Is this the limit definition of a derivative? Is that what's happening? Change in velocity. I have not played Minecraft on stream, no. I haven't played Minecraft in in at least years. I played it a lot, like, close when it first came out. I stopped playing around when they added the Ender Dragon, though. Like, a little bit after that. 9 Awed. Do you live stream only from YouTube? No, I stream on Twitch and YouTube. So the chat up there is Twitch. I should. I don't know. I'm not very into Minecraft anymore. I came back to it once after some friends like made me, but I don't know. It's kind of confusing now. No, I've beaten the Ender Dragon. I was just like, I played for a little bit after they added it, and then I probably went on to Call of Duty, I think. Oh no. No, it was Call of Duty and then Minecraft, and then I don't know what I moved on to. It was something though. I'm pretty sure they're letting delta theta equal 0, because cosine of delta theta is, or sorry, cosine of 1. No, I didn't start playing DayZ until well after. I was watching DayZ videos for the longest time. Well, I don't know when DayZ came out. Standalone. I don't know. But anyway, I think they're doing v cosine delta theta minus v cosine of 0 and v sine delta theta minus v sine of 0. Which would give us the thing that we see there. I don't know why. Oh! Because it starts at angle 0 and it moves delta theta away from that. We should play. Oh god. I don't know. No. Minecraft. I feel like I'm too old for Minecraft. This kind of makes me confused now. Like I think I don't know what's happening. Question is like when they find the change in velocity, it's perpendicular to AT. Why is the initial velocity 0? It's just like in Minecraft isn't the thing that I remember it being, and so I get like annoyed at it because it's changed. When they find the change in velocity is perpendicular to AT. Perpendicular to AT. AT is here, perpendicular is here. Old man's, yeah, exactly. You can't teach an old dog new Minecrafts. Why is the initial velocity 0? We have 3 separate arrows labeled as V, and I don't know what to believe. Modern Minecraft is fun. Minecraft shaders is amazing. Start with Stardew then? Okay. Minecraft is like a nice idea too, because it's easier to like drop in and out of it, but I don't know. When they find the change in velocity, it's perpendicular to AT. It's not the velocity that's 0, it's the angle that's 0, I think. I think they're saying that we're starting from the angle 0 and moving delta theta away. So the angle after is delta theta for this like change in velocity bit, but the angle before that you're subtracting is 0. Yeah, so the velocity is always v. It's the sign, like this 0 is v times sine of 0, I think. And sine of 0 is 0. So no matter what v is, we just get a 0 there. I think that's what's happening. Because cosine of 0 for this one is 1. So you have v times cosine 1. Sorry. You have v times cosine of 0, and cosine of 0 is 1. I think that's what they're doing. Because the linear velocity is constant. It never changes. It's only the angle that's changing. Well, I guess the speed is constant, but we're changing direction, but not magnitude. Maybe that's a better way of saying it. Okay. Joseph posted a question a while ago. I feel bad spending this long on this one. Without trying to at least like alternate. Okay. And I'll come back to this too, but I don't want to ignore Joseph's question either. Let me just at Joseph to see if he's still here. Seemed saying that H is. Wait, I should probably read the question before I read Joseph's thing. Assume there exists a right triangle ACB where angle A equals theta, angle C equals 90. Let L equals line BA. There exists a line H extending from the line AC. Ugh. H is the length of line CD without passing A. Wait, where did D come from? What? Okay, I need to draw this one out too. Yeah, Jed, geometry. No worries, Joseph. I was just pinging you to, because it was a while between you posting that question and me actually looking at it, so I was adding you in case you maybe have the chat open but the stream on mute. A, B, C, 1, 2, 3. Line H extending from AC, where H is the length of CD. Without passing A. What? So does it go down here or up here? CD would have to pass A if it's up here, so it must be down here? And the line is H? L is the length of line AD. Like that? I hope. What can H be expressed as in terms of L and theta? Oh, I didn't label theta. Which one is theta? Theta is A. But L is equal to BA. Ugh. Oh, L, okay. So this is also L. A circle centered at A Uh, yeah, or we have an isosceles triangle if we connect B and D. So we're trying to express S. Don't we just use trig here? What can H be expressed in terms of L and theta? So we know that AC is hypotenuse times cosine theta, right? Because cosine is a adjacent over hypotenuse, and we can multiply the hypotenuse over. So why isn't H equal to L minus L cosine theta? Or is it? Is this just the answer here? I felt a little bit too direct though. Like I didn't experience enough pain. Yeah, exactly. That's the exact thing that I did, Joseph. So I don't see the issue. The only thing I can think of is maybe I drew H in the wrong direction, but I don't think I did. And even then, the same solution would apply, I think. So I think that's just the answer. I don't see the flaw, at least. Yeah, exactly. That trying to translate the words to a picture is so annoying. Okay. I guess that's that for it, but Thunder, should we go back to what you were doing, or do you have more? The original question. All right, so all of that was the name of explaining what omega means. uh Oh, yeah, the stuff we were doing before is just explaining like what that omega actually is and why it's relevant. The actual meat of the problem, this one on the right is just doing some trickery over here. So x double dot is dv dt, and dv dt is dv dx, dx dt, and dx dt is v, so we can say that x double dot is v dv dvx. Okay. I said one too many v's there, but who cares? Oh, separation of variables. Oh wait, so do you know where this came from? I was just doing that for myself, but do you know why we can say this? No? Okay, okay. So that's explained right here. I can shout out separately if you want, but acceleration x double dot is the derivative of velocity with respect to time. You know, acceleration is the change in velocity, is all this first part is saying. And then we know that dv dt is, from chain rule, you can say it's the same thing as dv dx times dx dt. And the way, I think it's not technically true, or I don't know exactly why don't we just integrate x? Because x double dot is you have to integrate x double dot, I think, with respect to time if he wants to get velocity. So if you were to use x double dot directly, you would end up with a t in there, and you don't want time anywhere in this for the question that they're asking. Finally solve a problem you've been working on for 2 hours. Nice, Bode. So that's why you do this weird dv/dx thing. Because we want to integrate with respect to x. If you were to integrate it anyways, is it possible? Well, you're always allowed to integrate both sides of an equation with respect to whatever you want. It just might not mean anything. If you integrate x with respect to t, I don't know what quantity that is. Yeah, I don't know physically what the integral of x with respect to t would be, but it's definitely not velocity. You're moving in the wrong direction. So, like, yes, you're technically allowed to integrate both sides here. You're just not going to get anything that's physically meaningful, I don't think. And Brian's confirming what I said before. Thank you. I could have done it in 1 hour, but you missed a small thing. Oh, no. Okay, so once we realize that x double dot is v dv/dx, we can substitute it into the first equation. Yeah, exactly. We have to do this weird way because we want to integrate with respect to x. So we need to be careful in how we set up these relationships. You got it? Okay. A weird question and probably short. Okay. No one else is waiting, I don't think, so. Go ahead. If you have dy dx equals y, what is the integral? Well, it's funny you should ask. Because remember what we were doing before with dy, or remember what we were, oh. Can integrate with respect, oh, can integrate with respect to x. Yes, so, oh God, Levy. Well, let me keep on going with this question here. So yeah, you can definitely integrate this with respect to x. What kind of y is that? What happens... I don't know the exact way to explain this with, like, being proper with the math. But more or less what happens is the dx's cancel, and you just have the integral of dy, which is just y. I don't think that's the mathematically proper way to explain it, but that's the end result of the left side. On the right side, we need to know what y is before we can really integrate it, so I would just leave this as the integral of y dx. Exactly, yeah. You're integrating 1. There's another way that you could solve this, called separation of variables. If you multiply dx by each side, oh, and divide y on each side. Yeah. And then you could integrate each side here like this. So there should be a way to do it like this way too. I'm trying to figure out how to analyze it, because I can just look at like this original thing and know that the answer is E. Because what we were saying before, because this is really just y prime equals y. I don't know how to do it from this stage though. There should be a way to get to E here. Oh. I needed to bring the y to the left side. Divide each side by y. Equals 1. Now we integrate each side. With respect to x, integrate 1 dx. And then we end with the integral of 1 over y dy. Integral of 1 dx. You get ln, the absolute value of y, equals x plus c, and then you do e to the power of each side. You get e to the x plus c, and you could also bring the constant down. Do you have to do it like this? Yeah, so could we have progressed from this step that I erased? I think no. So this isn't wrong, it's just not helpful. Because y is a function of x. So like, you know, the thing that we're doing here, it still makes sense, but it doesn't help us solve the problem. We'd have to know what y is and plug that in before we can really progress with the problem. But if we already know what y is, then why are we solving this in the first place, I guess? I think it's the best that we can, or that's the best that I can say there. Y is y. Oh, I don't know, hard lucked. Y is y. Okay. Unless there's anything else from you, Thunder, I guess I'll keep on working on this elevator problem that I was doing before. Yippee, elevator. Oh, and I want to write the units for a sub n, just be consistent. Um, yeah, what's up, critical? Okay. It's 120 times 9.8. It's definitely a number. I'll tell you that much. 1176. Because I'm making the acceleration negative. It might be better to put the negative there, but I was being careful to put the negative. Oh, like I don't know if it actually makes a difference. Let me add 48, 1224. Oh, you know what? I didn't need to do. Ugh. This should just be f sub n. Because we only care about the total force. You get 1224. And all right, I'm gonna note this question critical and then take a look. So the first says the final answer is 1220. Is that a significant figures thing? No, we only have one significant figure, don't we? Is 120 times 0.4 48? Did I mess that up? No, it is 48. Oh, sorry, Lovey. I didn't respond to that, did I? Uh, I really don't know how to do that though. Like I'm sorry that I didn't I forgot about it. I forgot to reply to you about it, but that just looks like a crazy problem that I don't know how to do. Okay, I'll look more into why I'm getting 1224 after I look at criticals. Um, okay, well, let me answer critical's question first because I think it's going to be short. and then I'll try taking a look at what you posted on Discord, Levy, but you're probably not going to get anything helpful from me. So critical. Survey to nearest square. This seems like a dot product question. So, oh, critical, are you here? Okay, you are here. So do you remember how to use, like, what does it mean if the dot product is 0? Or like that piece of it? Oh, yeah, that's right. We're just working on orthonormal spaces, right? It is slightly different, but at least the perpendicular part is going to be the same. Parallel will be a little bit harder. So we can check. Oh yeah, you said orthogonal. That's me, and that's if they are perpendicular. Or sorry, yeah, if the dot product is 0, it means they're orthogonal because cosine of 90 is 0. Yes. Okay. So for orthogonal, check if dot product is 0. For parallel, I think the best thing to do here is to try multiplying one of the vectors by a scalar and see if they match. And I'll show an example. If this isn't possible, there's a way to check the parallel too, but I think that's the one with the least amount of calculations. So if the dot product isn't 0 and you can't find a scalar, then it's neither. And this parallel thing, I thought of it because if two vectors are parallel, it means geometrically that they look something like this, like they point in the same direction or maybe in the opposite direction. These vectors are all parallel, so they should be scalar multiples of each other. Goodbye, eraser. So if you look at B is parallel. Okay, so let's look at B then. We have a vector A that is 4, 5, minus 2. And there'll be an easy way, like we don't have to guess and check here completely. We can do this just by checking one thing in particular. Oh, I messed up a negative sign. I don't know these are going to come out to be parallel, but I can still like demonstrate the technique here. Four, 5, minus 2, 3, minus 1, 5. The sum is minus 1 or 1. Oh, the sum of the dot product? Or like, are you saying the dot product is 1 or minus 1? Or what do you mean with that last comment, critical? When you solve the problem, you will get minus 1. For the dot product bit? I mean, we can try that too. I don't think that means anything significant. Does it? Oh, wait. No, wait. Oh! It doesn't have to be 1. There's a... See, let's try that dot product, because they're actually, yeah, we can use the dot product to see if they're parallel too. That was looking to me at first, to be honest, but I think there's a little bit of a complication, and it won't always work out to be 1 or -1. Let's just try looking at the dot product here. So 12 minus 6 minus 10. Wait. I'm not getting -1 here. 12 minus 5 minus 10 is -3. Right, 12 minus 5 minus 10, yeah. But they might still be parallel. Because we know the dot product, yeah, I think you're already on that train, which is that our product is magnitude of A times magnitude of B times cosine theta. So we could take what we get for the dot product, divide it by the magnitude of each, and do an arc cosine. And that would work too, just as well. It's a lot of extra calculations to get the magnitude of A and B, which is why I said this way instead. But this way it absolutely works. And it's easier for you to remember than... we can do that too, actually. Let's just try this. So the magnitude of A, 16 plus 25 is... Why can't I do math? 41? 41 plus 4 is 45. And we can simplify that to be 3 root 5. The magnitude of B, 9 plus 1 is 10 plus 25 is 35, which doesn't simplify. So then A dot B divided by the magnitude of A, well, I'm not going to write it. I'm just going to plug it in here. A dot B is -3. Magnitude of A is 3 root 5. Magnitude of B is root 35. Cosine theta. Divide, well, let's simplify the radicals. I'll divide each side by 3. We have a root 5. We have a root 7 times root 5 is root 35. So we can say it's 5 root 7. Yeah, this is definitely not going to be... So if at this stage you got 1 or -1, then they're definitely parallel. But this is not 1 or -1, so I hope I'm not being blocked by the problem. I am being blocked by the problem. Sorry. So I'd say this is the slow way, but it will always work. A faster way is to try to make these two vectors match, because if they're parallel, they should be scalar multiples of each other. We should be able to find, if we take A times some constant, let's just call it K, we should be able to find B. And so what we can do, we can multiply A by whatever it takes to make the X coordinates match. And I'm just saying X coordinate arbitrarily. You could make the Y's match the Y or the Z's match the Z's. But I'm just gonna force the X coordinates to match and see if the rest also match. And that's the way that we can kind of solve this in a simple way. So for A, we have a 4 and we want a 3. So I want to multiply A by 3/4. And let's see what happens to the rest of A. 4, 5, minus 2. So 3/4 gets multiplied in here. So 3/4 times 4 is 3. 3/4 times 5 is 15 over 4. 3/4 times negative 2 is negative 3 over 2. So we can see here, the x matches the x as we wanted, but the y does not match the y, the z does not match the z. So there's going to be no way to make these a scalar multiple of each other. Because if we make the x's match, the other two can't match, and we're going to find the same thing if we were to try it with the y and z. So I think that's a much quicker way, just force the x's to match and see if the rest of it matches. B is neither. Yeah, I agree that B is neither. I think it's good to see in either case, though. C looks like they could be parallel for sure here. So yeah, let's try out. Let's try part C. So I think it's actually more important to see a case where it doesn't work for this like trick for parallel things. Race is like equally as important. -8, 12, 4, 4. B is 6 minus 9 minus 3. How do I know it's going to be parallel? Because I was mentally doing the same trick that I just showed you. So let's do the same trick. Let's force the x coordinates to match and see if the rest match. So arbitrarily, I just always multiply a by something, and I'm going to make the x's match. It doesn't have to be like that. It's just the simplest thing for me to do that I can see. So we have -8. We want to make +6. So I'm going to take a and multiply it by -6 over 8. Oops. And Love, you think you saw that it's not rigorous? Yeah, I can still try to look at it. I just, with your problems, I just don't think I can really help you, unfortunately. So we multiply the 6 over 8 in all here. We do get the +6 that matches there. -6 over 8 times 12. I should probably simplify it. I mean, it's nice for this first one, but 6 over 8 is also 3 over 4. So -3/4 times 12, we're going to get a negative. The 4 cancels the 12 to make 3, so we get 3 times 3 is 9. Then -3/4 times 4, we get a minus. 4 cancels with 4, we get 3k. Oh, and look, this time we do get b. So that means these are parallel. So yeah, you just force the x coordinates to match and then see what happens to the rest of the vector. You're seeing orthogonal, you already have war flashbacks. Yeah. Yeah, we weren't doing the parallel piece of it. Like, we'd figure out the parallel piece. The parallel piece is kind of more like the linear independence or dependence thing. Like, we'd say these two vectors are linearly dependent because they're scalar multiples of each other, and we did different things to check for that. Although it would have worked there too. Somewhat. Well, actually, no. It wouldn't have been perfect. But for the sake of like this problem here, that's all we need. But yeah, and the piece for orthogonal is the exact same as when you were taking the linear algebra class. Just see if the dot product is Oh, flash forwards. You're instead of post-traumatic stress disorder, you have pre-traumatic stress disorder. Hey, Anchor. So yeah, I hope that helps. Critical. Um, oh, that's an interesting question, Anchor. I'll take a look at it after I. At least try to take a look at this. Oh, I guess Levy said that he thinks he solved it, so. The solution is wrong? Okay. The one you sent? Okay. I don't like, do. Uh, what am I trying to ask? Is this one because your phone is dead? Oh, okay. Uh, I'm hoping to just find like the set that you were not sure is rigorous and hope to understand that. I feel like I'm not going to understand the problem from the ground up. Pi is 4, I agree. Gleason's square root algorithm, okay. Okay, see your critical. 3 to the n squared 2024 is always 2 mod 3. And this is the question that I'll be posted to be clear. Oh, you want, or I don't know if you're still typing. You want to prove that 3 to the root 2024 is always 2 mod 3? Why is it 2 mod 3? If it's a multiple of 3, isn't it 0 mod 3? Oh wait, well maybe K. Maybe I don't understand the problem statement. Like, what is f of x the more that I look at it? There's two equalities. Like, it's equal to k plus bx is equal to k mod 3. I don't think I understand what f of x is. Yeah, I'm really not sure. Check Discord. Oh, because of the fractional part? Okay. I honestly didn't know that's how mod worked like that. Or I didn't know that would mess up the mod, I guess. Okay, so I can just trust you on that, but I, I don't understand what else to do with the question still. I don't know what to do with any part of the question, to be honest. That's like... Oh, that's what you couldn't prove rigorously? Hmm. One, two, three, it's 2. Oh, well. Oh, okay. Well, I see it makes more sense for what the problem is asking. Anchor, if you know how to do this question, please feel free to pipe in. But if you mean like if you want to with your question, I think I was about to switch to yours. Um, I kept Levy waiting, so I wanted to at least like look at it, but I don't think I can really do this problem. Like I don't know. I just don't know. So let's at least, can I expand? So since you are at, talking about this, not the one that I like the problem that's actually on the screen here. Can you expand the sum? Oops, I'm shaking the camera. I don't know, to be honest. It's fine, Brian. Hmm. Okay, I'm gonna get the other problem that Anchor posted. We're going to keep talking about that one from Levy, but I just don't know. So I assume we have to set up some equations here. I'm not really, like, this one is kind of a challenging one too. Okay, you know, I thought I had an idea. Now I'm still trying to figure out how to. set this up. Oh, okay. So he reached it 35 minutes earlier and left 40 minutes later. So the important bit is that the difference is 75, right? It took 75 less minutes while, this is a long commute, by the way, while moving at 160% speed. So I can actually set up this math. If you move at 160% speed, what does that mean for your time? Like we need to involve, I guess, velocity and distance is what I'm. Ugh, dude, I feel like I'm. I keep like having ideas and then like coming up a little bit like it doesn't actually make sense what I'm thinking in my head. Okay, maybe it's time, let's just say fast is equal to so leaving 45 minutes late and arriving 35 minutes early is like we're subtracting 75 off our usual time. So it's like we have something times our usual time minus 75. And I think that C that I put there is going to be related to the 160%. So, I mean, rather than a C there, we want, if you move 160% faster, you can cover the same distance in how much less time? I assume it's 1 over 1.6, where the 1.6 is 160%. But this isn't gonna, we still have two variables here, don't we? Yeah, distance is the same. Oh, you know what? Maybe the fast time is just the usual time minus 75. And that's from the 40 plus 35 minutes that were saved. And if he's moving 160% faster, it means that the fast velocity is 1.6 times the usual velocity. And velocity is distance over time. Same distance, different time though. So if we eliminate the d's and flip both sides, then we get t fast equals 1 over 1.6 times t usual. Actually, we want to solve, yeah, okay. There we go. Now we have two equations and two unknowns. I think that's how you're supposed to do this. So you know t fast is 1 over 1.6 t usual. So let's plug that in up there. Now we can just solve this. I'm going to use a calculator because I don't want to do fraction math. Let's get a way to make me make an error. 1 over 1.6, and I'm going to say x rather than t just to make Wolfram Alpha know what I mean. $200. What a long commute. So the usual commute time is 200. And that's a nice round number, so I feel good about it. 200 minutes, I guess, to include the units. $200 is correct? Awesome. Glad to help. Thanks for being patient. All right. I was looking at this crane problem. I'm getting a slightly wrong answer. Turning into a physics stream, it has been pretty physics heavy today. And not like E&M. This is annoying because the answer is supposed to be 1220. I'm getting 1224. And it doesn't seem to be a significant figures thing. Because we only have one significant figure, I think. 1224 is close enough. Depends on the professor. But like, I think this is just like, I don't see what I would have done wrong here. 9.81? Oh, I could try that, yeah. Or even 10. I feel like 10's pretty commonly used. So 120 times 0.4 equals x plus 120 times minus, let's try 9.81. $12.25, that increases it. Well, if I go up to 10, then it's definitely going to be wrong. 12.48. Wait, did I plug something in wrong? $12.24, no. I don't. I feel pretty confident what I did. Maybe I'll just post that and. Ask. What is 1224 over 9.8? Oh. No. Over 120. Wait. 102? That doesn't make sense. 10.2. Why is Wolfram saying 102? 10.2 is the exact answer that it kind of has to be. Because if we're accelerating up at 0.4 meters per second, the net force bringing it up, or we're accelerating it up at 9.8 plus 0.4 is 10.2. So I think it's, I don't know why 3 sig figs, but because like 0.4 is only 1 sig fig. But I think it's like, I think this is right. So I'm gonna reply back to this person. Here. Is that if gravity is pulling it down at 9.8 meters per second squared, but the net acceleration is 0.4 meters per second squared up, then the normal force must be pulling up with 9.8 plus 0.4 times 120 newtons. And that should be 10.4 times 120 is 1248. So I got 1224. Wait, what? No, it's 10.2. Ugh, 1224. There we go. Masses to 3 significant figures. 120 is, I think it's only 2 significant figures, so I need the decimal for that 0 to be significant. I think it is significant figures, and there maybe it's a different convention. I always thought that you needed a decimal after that 0, I think. Significant figures are kind of stupid though, so it probably is that, and they just maybe do it differently. (1224n). I think the book's answer of 1220n must be a significant figures thing. Doesn't quite make sense. The maths/physics way, or the longer way of doing it I drew out in Paint. We know the net force is mass times net acceleration. Acceleration. Oh my god, okay. So I have to sound it out. It equals force due to gravity plus normal force. Plug numbers in to solve for the normal force. No, yeah, I mean, it shouldn't be a big deal. Just the way that I was taught is that, if I remember right, at least, they made like 120 kg is two significant figures, but 120 point kg is three significant figures, which is really stupid notation, but you don't put a 0 because that 0 would be significant. This would be four significant figures here. I think for zeros, they have to be sandwiched between, yeah, that's right. Like, if you have 101, that 0 is significant. But 110, that 0 isn't significant. You have to sandwich it. So that's why I'm not convinced by the significant figures thing completely. I don't know what else it could be, but... that's why the significant figures explanation like doesn't quite make sense, but I don't know what else it would be. But yeah, obviously, if you have 110 and you know that 0 is significant, that you would make the difference there by putting the decimal. I don't know how I remember that so well. Maybe it's so stupid I burned it into my memory. I'm sure it has an actual use. It's annoying. You're a nerd, Central. You should be explaining significant figures to us, okay? Go calculate the mass of a black hole. All right, I don't want to hear it. You're significant? Thank you. No way. Because in standard form, trailing zeros are not significant. You're right. Oh yeah, in scientific form, they would be. Can I check Discord? I don't know what you are expecting to get out of me, but I'll check it. Flex significant figure always loses marks to it war. I mean, that kind of sums up my feelings. Do you want to check a specific piece here or what? Does the solution look okay? Yeah, Anchor. I agree. It looks drunk, does not look like it's doing okay. Oh, does the floor distribute for addition? Does that make sense? I don't think the floor distributes for addition. Or maybe if you do it specifically for the whole piece and the decimal piece. If you have 1.5, the floor of 1.5 is 1. Oh, maybe that does work. If you specifically do it with the whole number piece plus the decimal piece. Oh, wait. The 3 to the n messes it up, though, doesn't it? In the fourth line, there won't be any floor in the first part. 1, 2, 3, 4. ChatGPT. I wouldn't trust ChatGPT for this. The thing that I'm struggling with there, that what I'm doing in my head that I'll show in Paint here, is that if you want to do, like it seems like what you're doing is if you want to do the floor of 1.5, you could say it's also the floor of 1 plus the floor of 0.5, and that is true. But if you do any other, like you could also split this up into like 0.75 plus 0.75. Oops. And get something that's not true. And so I went in your fourth line there, where you're distributing the floor with 3 to the n, 44 plus 0.98. I think that 3 to the n messes everything up, because that's going to make that 0.98 into a number greater than 1. Like this piece here, I think is going to run into the same. This isn't a fractional part though, on the right side. 3 to the n times 0.98, we have to consider n up to infinity. This is not fractional on the right side. If we let n equals 2, we have 9 times 44 plus 9 times 0.98. Nine times 0.98 is 8.82. We get a new whole part that we have to worry about. And that's supposed to be a multiplication right there. But what I'm saying is like, that 8 there causes an issue. Unless, like, you can tell me that I'm wrong, because I'm out of my depth here, but I don't know how you explain that part. You... Yeah, we could just erase it. You're right, central. Floor, it chops off the decimal. So the floor of 1.5 is just 1. It's nice if you need to convert like a decimal to an integer, is when these could come up a lot. There's also the ceiling. So the ceiling of 1.5 always rounds up. Basically, it always rounds down or it always rounds up. Nine times 44 plus 8. Well, yeah, so it, like, maybe I'm misreading your next step, but when you... I don't think your work here is doing that. It's not, like, this 3 to the n still being trapped inside the floor is the issue, I guess. Anchor is saying to use inequalities bounded above by 3 to the n times 45. Maybe that helps, I don't know though. Like, I think going from the 4th step to the 5th step is invalid because of that 3 to the n still being on the right one. Oh yeah, it's easier for me if you just type it in chat though. Oh, wait. You might be right. Well, God. 15 if we split it up like that. Whereas 4 times 3.75, it is 15 exactly. Oh. So then basically what we're saying is that the floor of 4 plus the floor, like, plus 0.75. And that's true. I guess you're right then. Okay. That's fair. Shouldn't this be 0.02 though? Maybe it doesn't matter, but can you check for a sufficiently large enough n? Why do I have to check this? I don't know how to do this. Uh, it's a wall you walked right over the. Oh, nice, Dookie. Oh, the floor thing? Um, I feel like the sides of it. Um, I don't feel like it's necessary because if I have the floor of 8.5, oh my god. I think it's just valid to pull out a natural number and split that floor off. Like I now see that, like, I don't think it doesn't matter what the decimal is or how big the number is. I think that this is just, it's valid. Like I feel pretty convinced of that now. No matter what decimal you have here, I think you can pull out a natural number from it. So I don't think there's reason to check it for like a large n. Or like, I don't really see what's changing if the number gets bigger. The same method still works. Quick leg show, yep. It's my moneymaker. Flip it. I feel like I do that at least once a stream. Sometimes you gotta sit crisscross applesauce. Well, see, I'm on board with going from the fourth line to the fifth line. Usually sleep if you've been in the stream this long, so you must miss it. This 0.2 should be 0.02, I think, because it was 0.98. Anchor. I don't think that's true. You can't, I don't think you can say that this floor here is equal to just 3 to the n times 44. Because the 0.98 is going to increase the ones place. So I don't think I agree with that anchor. But it's basically saying that the floor distributes over multiplication. So yeah, other than that 0.2 thing, I'm fine with it up to here. It's something like you're just calling it a plus b. A is 0 mod 3, B is 2 mod 3. I only do leg reveals when you're looking away. Really, it's more of a knee reveal, but yeah. There's no wrong answers. No, there's always a right answer. Sometimes the right answer is just so complicated that you can't figure out if it's right. You're wrong. So we're claiming that this thing here is 2 mod 3. I don't know how mod works with decimals, to be honest. Whew. That's not good. What? I get 1 here. If I let n be 20. Oh, right. I forgot about the floor. Scrimp. Yeah, Levy's using that in this solution a bit. But I'm getting 1 for the mod 3 for a big enough n. That's 1. Really? 2. Oh no. Is this mean? Does it switch? So for n equals 1, 2, and 3, it's mod 2. But from 4 and beyond, I think it's mod 1. That's so mean. I don't know how you show it. But it seems like this, like, you know, I checked it using this line. If you take this mod 3, for n equals 4 and beyond, it becomes 1 mod 3. It seems. Really? So is this just not... But the 0.2 is wrong. Well, it should be 0.02, right? I don't know if that makes a difference, but... Well, wait, that becomes 2. Oh my god. The hell? It's sometimes 1 and sometimes 2. I don't know how to tell. That's a really strange number. It's not prime. I don't know where you got that from, but... Denmark says the remainder could be 0, 1, or 2. We definitely found 1 and 2. We haven't found a 0, I don't think. So yeah, unless n equals 0, I guess. But n equals 1 and beyond. So yeah, unfortunately that statement for B, I guess, isn't necessarily true. I don't know how you tell when it's 111. You do get 0. Wow. So it's sometimes 0 as well. That's crazy. That sucks. How can it be 0 when 0 doesn't exist? That's a great point, Central. Moon Buckets, thank you for the follow. Maybe they're in a period? Maybe. Oh, thanks for the follow, Levy. Over on Twitch. Oh. And Igloo 2000, thanks for the follow. There's follow train. Thanks, everyone. All right, I mean, there isn't a problem other than this to work on anyway. We can at least look into see if it's, like, periodic. Next problem be fixing your life. No, I can't do that. I mean, I'm still what, 76 off? Not quite there yet, but working on it. Let's say 50. Three to the I. What? 3 to the I. I don't know how order operations works. So let's do parentheses on everything. You get a parentheses. You get a parentheses. That's not. Oh, I need to floor it. I need to hit the floor. Okay. Those are for the first 50 numbers. Oh shoot, I shouldn't start it from 0. Okay, those are the first 50 numbers. I don't see a pattern though. That sucks. As written, it is periodic, and the problem it is not. That point is really z equals square root 2024 minus 44. If it were periodic, z would have periodic base 3 representation, hence would be rational. Oh, true. We did estimate square root 2024. Even then, I don't see a period in the first 50 numbers. There might still be a period that's like some crazy thing, but yeah, that's true. Like claiming that root 2024 is exactly equal to 44.98 might be already on the wrong foot. Oh, what's that, Joseph? $4.12? This could be a good like linear algebra resource. What is that? What is that? Is that script? No, like this is script L. That's like script P, I guess? It's a crazy letter. This thing. I guess it's a P. Curly L? Like this thing is curly L. This thing right here it looks like something else. It looks more like a P. Oops. Where am I going? So yeah, it seems like that solution doesn't work, and I definitely don't know how to come up with the right solution here, so I just don't know. And I'm probably just gonna switch gears to be honest, because I just can't do this. Were we working on a problem from the E&M or something? Well, you banned me in my own stream? Wow, hard locked. Oh, man. You're the look at me. I am the streamer now. Didn't I start one? I started the infinite square lattice one. It looks at I don't really know how to do it though. Oh. Oh, maybe is it? The result from this problem might... Oh. No, maybe... I feel like the hint goes for a different direction. Hmm. It's that part of the stream where I'm too lazy to get out of my chair. So we're gonna keep going in paint. Mm. You know what? I draw my resistors the same way that I sign my name on receipts. just do some squiggles. It's good enough. All right, and so this thing goes off to infinity in every direction. Oh yes, central. My exact signature right here. Yeah, I feel like you probably actually get away with that. Just do some type of squiggle, and eventually it's gonna work. So I make that node A and that node B. It sounds like the goal is to determine the voltage drop from A to B. Equivalent resistance between two adjacent nodes. If we were to basically reduce this thing down into a single resistor, what would that resistance be? If you can determine the voltage drop between two adjacent nodes with current of, say, 1 amp goes in one node and comes out the other, then you are done. And so Like, I really don't know. Like, we could look at like that loop. I won't call it anything. But like for that loop, actually we should make it a color. Poop brown. The best brown. It's not even that brown. I don't know. Like we would know that v sub a plus v sub b plus v sub, I guess like 1 0 plus v sub 2 0 is equal to 0. But does that really help us? Like, we could substitute v equals IR. Hmm. Oh, I didn't put this thing up at the top. That's why I ran out of space so soon. Hmm. Am I thinking about this wrong? The answer is almost certainly yes. If 1 amp goes in one node and comes out the other. So we have a uh what was the question before? And then let me not do it like that. squared minus y squared equals x over x squared plus y squared. 2xy plus y over x squared plus y squared equals 3. I guess it'd be easier if I just have the Desmos graphs for myself, so I can scroll it around it how I want it. Plus 3y equals 1. 3x squared y minus 3x minus y cubed. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4 intersection points for A and B. 1, 2, 3 intersection points for C and D. Penn saying he almost has a solution. Is there something sneaky happening? Like, these functions. So this question isn't necessarily wrong. The top two functions aren't defined for x, y equals 0. So it looks like an intersection point at the origin, but it's not. They're not actually defined there. They're not contained in the sets. So it's still trying to match the other three with the 3 intersection points that are in the other graph. But no, I don't think the question is necessarily wrong. For 0, 0 is infinity, plug it in the second equation, it is in 0. You get 0 in the denominator here, isn't that enough? I'm saying, yeah, I mean, it's enough to say it doesn't work for one of the sets. I don't think it works for either A or B, so it's definitely not going to be in their intersection. Anchor, I disagree that it's continuous at the origin. There's a removable discontinuity, it looks like, but it's not defined there. You could definitely, it seems like you could fill in that gap, but it's not filled in as the question is presented. But no, these two intersections have the same cardinality. So it's not an incorrect question for that reason. Let me, no, wait, 2. The other set has 3 intersection points. Right, A intersect B has 3 points. And C intersect D also has 3 points, it seems, according to Desmos. So there's some work to do for the problem. Like it's a valid problem, it seems, like, or at least it's not invalid for that reason. Both intersections only have 3 points, so. Um, the voltage drop. This E&M one fed box? No, the crazy other one. Yeah, Instagram for this E&M one, that's the exact thing I was kind of wondering about. Like, isn't... It seemed like everything is just becoming one, but... The trick is to use complex numbers. Multiply B and D by I? Really? How do complex numbers help? Then both intersections can be expressed as z cubed three. Oh. Huh. Oh, okay. I guess I can kind of see if you equate C and D, it does seem like there's some kind of z cubed thing happening there, isn't there? Huh. Yeah. For A and B, it's a little bit harder to see, but I trust that it works out. It's a pretty, like, Nice way of doing it. I mean, I don't know how the transition to complex numbers actually works, or like how you know that it's valid, because I'm just not that good with complex numbers, but at least considering C and D, x cubed minus 3xy squared plus 3y equals 1. And D, 3x squared y minus 3x minus y cubed equals 0. Penvox is saying to multiply D through by I. And then find the intersection of these two things. And so for C, I'm going to subtract the 1 over to the left side. So both equal to 0. Oops, not the last equals 0. And then if we bring everything over to the left side, that becomes a plus, doesn't it? I'm doing too much math in my head. I'm going to mess something up. Plus 3x plus 3y, 3xi minus 1 equals 0. Okay. I think I caught all my negatives and all that good stuff. And so I think Penvox noticed that this piece here is x plus iy cubed. Which I would need to FOIL it out personally. Or Wolfram Alpha can FOIL it out. Go away. Okay. X cubed plus I 3x squared y. Oh, we have a minus, unless I messed up that sign. Minus 3xy squared. Please tell me I messed up that sign. It's a 3x squared y. I didn't mess up that sign. Oh, you added the two equations. Ugh, okay. Well, I'm gonna do what you did. I don't feel like doing extra work. Do z equals x. Okay, you know what? That's actually probably less work for me then. If I do... And that matches. Yeah, it does. So this bit, freaking pain. Factors to x minus iy cubed. Can you explain it? I mean, that's what I'm trying to do now. Like, is there already a part here that you don't get? This bit here. Would have to become 3i x minus iy. Do we sell a plus out front? We should. Oh, that's really neat, Fembox. Yeah, 'cause it did seem like there's something like that, but I definitely wouldn't have gotten this on my own. So Levi, Fembox's idea here is to take the definitions of C and D, take D, multiply it through by I, and then look at where they intersect with C and D times I. And just get something that's relatively simple like this, and then we're going to go do the same thing with A and B and hope that that intersection comes out to be the same thing. Yeah, and it might be cleaner if you do what Fembox did and actually just add the two equations. But yeah, well, what is I said them equal to each other. If they're both equal to 0, you could have also taken this equation and my god, freaking paint, and like added those two. Maybe Mega, but not really with Levy's problems, to be honest. Yeah, so I made them both equal to 0, and since they're both equal to 0, we can say the other two things are equal. And then you just like, I took this thing and I just like simplified it into something that was clean, which is what happened. And this looks clean enough to move on to the next piece, which is doing the same thing with A and B. And we're going to hope that whatever simple thing we get for A and B is the same as this. Wrong letter. Two xy y over x squared plus y squared. Equals 3. So we're going to take B and do the same thing. Subtract the 3 over. I'll do everything with equating it because that's what I did the first part. Hey Madhav, prove there are infinite prime numbers? Has that been proven? If it has been proven, I definitely don't know how to do it offhand. So since these things are both equal to 0, let's equate them. Let's do it the fast way. What? There we go. It's a classic proof? Really? Oh, maybe I have seen it. Oh, wait, I think that the algebra textbook went over this proof. You're right. I thought it was some, for some reason that happened to my, I feel like I heard once this was some outstanding question in math that, like, whether there are infinitely many prime numbers. And I think that was just incorrect. Or definitely was incorrect, but it stuck in my head ever since I heard that. Or maybe I misunderstood what I was being told. So yeah, Madhav, I'm sorry, I was wrong in what I said. If you have a question about a specific proof for infinite primes, we can try and go over it. But there's many different kinds, so. Oh, twin primes. Maybe that's the thing that I heard. I don't like proofs. And so Fenbox, you were saying there's a trick for A and B. End up using z times z bar is equal to magnitude of z squared. Yeah, okay, so we're gonna get, I assume we want to multiply everything by x squared plus y squared, and that's where we're gonna get that. So I'm gonna take that x squared minus y squared and group it in parentheses. And multiply the entire equation through by x squared plus y squared. You never cleared them? Oh. Okay. Well, we can factor this goes with that. Is that our x minus iy squared? Does that work out? Yeah, it does. Okay. So this bit here, oh man, I should have done it in red like I did on the left side. Becomes that. This is like the unit. It's like a complex number divided by its magnitude. Of course, it's shared entire screen instead of a specific window. While waiting for us to finish reading, he scrolled out of the window because he was bored. Entire screen is shared in specific photo. Oh no. Oh wait. Is that a hypothetical? If it's an honest mistake, oh. If it was an honest like if I think it was an honest mistake and they seem like a cool person, I might say that I was looking at my work and didn't see anything. It kind of depends on the context for me, is my first instinct. Oh, we need an x minus iy cubed. I think I might have to clear those denominators. We need, yeah. It's a weird situation. This plus is not good. Yeah, I mean, someone's gonna say something if you have a group of people, but you don't necessarily have to be the one who says it, I guess. I mean, someone else is probably gonna say something, but yeah. I feel like I probably wouldn't say anything personally. I'd have to really like dislike them or think they're actually up to something weird. Or even if I dislike them, if I dislike them for a petty reason, I hopefully still wouldn't say anything. But if it's an honest mistake versus trying to do something creepy, I guess is what should really make the difference. You're getting 3xy. Oh. For this? I have no clue you were getting that. You were talking about, oh, C equals DI. Oh. I mean, you're not factoring it the way that I factored it. You took I mean, you're not necessarily wrong. It could still work. So you took just those two and factored those, it looks like. But you can say that this entire thing is x minus iy cubed. So your entire left-hand side can be factored into one thing. Oh, and there is a 3y term, yeah. Oh. You know what? I think I need to... The only way that this could work is by multiply both sides of the equation through by x minus iy. I'm also out of room. Oh, stupid paint. Zooming breaks your selection box, really? Stupid program. Alright, let's just try multiplying this thing through by x minus iy squared, or x minus iy. It's the only way we get the cubed there, and we need that cubed. Yeah, I will, Lovey. So what's x minus iy? Ah, nifty. That becomes x squared plus y squared. And that gets us the one that we want. Nice, it matches. Okay. Well, yeah, I fix that. Oh, true. No, stupid. Dude, why can't... I hate life. Okay, there. Okay, there we go. Freaking half the battle here is with paint. It's my penalty for being too lazy to go up to the whiteboard. Yeah, it's kind of annoying to do it because it moves slow, but desperate times call for desperate measures. Um, someone was working on this one too? Okay, yeah. Just want to ping pen center so he sees what. Well, I thought I said to factor it differently. It's better if you should factor all these first four terms at the same time. Don't just factor the first two. If you take all the first four terms, it's equal to x minus iy cubed. Kind of lovely is still listening, I guess. Oh. Math good nerd. What's the equation for more energy output from me? No, I am sleepy. I think I've been streaming. I guess my streams last week were probably going a bit longer than was good for me. So after this problem is wrapped up, I'm probably gonna call the stream. Territory, do you know how I can show that sum I equals 0 to k of n minus k minus I times choose k minus I is equivalent to, oh god. I appreciate it, get good. Sorry, I'm not super like bouncy right now, but just nerd. All right. I mean, you're calling me the nerd though with that username, so that's why I've said the entire thing. But I'll call you nerd. N minus k minus I. It's all in fun. Ba, 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 ba. Yeah, it feels like there's some kind of nice like combinatorics fact there. Benlux is saying to draw a picture of Pascal's triangle. I've used I know what Pascal's triangle kind of is, but I don't know of any like I don't remember how it actually helps you. I think it helps in like oh I guess okay, it does help with like whatchamacallit, the thing, factoring, but not like multiplying. I know meal theorem, and I guess that involves choose. Oh. So territory, I think Finlock's idea is that it's the next row in Pascal's triangle. Promise to prove that a row of the triangle sums to the entry at the bottom of an inverted triangle that forms the top at oh. Look at the Sierpinski. Whoa. One of those upside down gray triangles. Oh, so proving the row of a triangle sums. So the row of this thing here sums to, I guess, the 16 through 16, if you add all those up, becomes this number here. Maybe you're wrong. Odd. Nice, Joseph. That top row does seem a little low. Seems a lot low, actually. We just Google it. That's not the same thing. It's not the same thing. Dang it. Google's failing me. It seems like a Pascal triangle type thing, I guess, with summing a choose. Yeah, that's how Pascal's triangle is like constructed. So like you do 3 plus 3 is 6 down there. 1 plus 3 is 4. Just to work out which elements of the triangle are being added in the summation of the problem. Hmm. Oh, it's literally about taking the odd numbers. That I don't know if that's what you read at first, Joseph, but like that makes your comment even funnier. That it's oddly beautiful, and you only make that by taking only the odd numbers. Hmm. How I'm unpacking what this choose is doing. N minus k minus I. K is our upper bound. So if n equals 10 and k equals 4, 2 choose 0, 3 choose 1, 4 choose 2, 5 choose 3 should equal 7 choose 3. Hmm. Yeah, I'm bad enough with combinatorics that like the only thing that I could really hope for is to plug in the definition of choose with factorials and hope for that there's something like algebraic manipulation you can do. You tried that? Could induction work? Wait, is that a... Oh, wait. I thought that was a bug on my monitor, this thing down here. So your example seems to work, Fembox. I don't know, I guess the only thing I think of is induction. If you want to actually prove it. I assume k equals 0 is our base. Or the triangle idea coming down a diagonal. Oh. Wait. Coming down a diagonal of Pascal's triangle. Summing the terms as you go, in every step, the sum you have will equal the next number below. You off the diagonal, you're traveling? Wait. So if I choose like this diagonal here, from 1 through 56, summing the terms as you go, 1 plus 4 plus 10 is 15. 1 plus 4 plus 10 plus 20 is 35. Oh! Huh. That's the sum that's happening? Let me... So I know that's like a proof, but it sounds like the Pascal's triangle idea is that if you travel along this diagonal, 1 plus 4 is 5. 1 plus 4 plus 10 is 15. 1 plus 4 plus 10 plus 20 is 35. All of that plus 35 is 70, and so on like that. But yeah, I guess it's a demonstration. And the actual proof would be either like algebraic manipulations or induction. So I mean, I don't know, we can... I mean, I don't really know what counts as proof. I just kind of saying things. Wait, I equals 0. Both of these are 1, I think. Anything choose 0 is 1, I hope. Good, okay. Oh, shoot, I meant to show my paint that entire time, but... Oh, was I not showing paint for the... Oh, no. For, like, I was literally drawing on this thing. If I forgot to show that, then I'm gonna be sad. Wait, am I increasing K or N? I should be increasing N. But wait, we have two things that are variables here. I don't know how induction works when we have two things like this, because N and K are both variables. Pick an entry. I guess you show it separately. Like, could you show that for any fixed N, the next K always work, and that for any fixed K, the next N always works? That probably would be sufficient. Another way to say it is to pick an entry inside the triangle somewhere. Then kind of decompose it into a sum by subtracting off terms as you go back up. You want to change it? Well, you would phrase it as changing one and then changing the other, I guess. Which hopefully isn't too crazy. But it makes sense to me, I think, that you could, I mean, if it is possible to do this induction, that it would still be a proof. You know, we might get it to some impossible step here, but if you can show two things independently, I feel like we would be in business. It does look like an identity, Levy. No, this seems kind of miserable, though. Yeah, I guess I don't know what level of proof we would need. I do much prefer. Oops, no, that's not it. Oh no, that's not. Ugh, stop hitting the wrong button, me. Oh my god, my computer hates me now. Okay. Are we on good terms again, computer? I think we are. Yeah, I much prefer doing this diagonal thing. Much easier. Proof. Done. Hey, Samiksha. Sorry, I'm probably saying that wrong. It's up there. Please take my name? I don't know what you mean by that. Parsimonious tree? That sounds like an insult. Parsimonious. I can like copy paste you the text as well if you want it, but that's all I'm working with. Yeah, I mean, I can definitely settle for like just looking at an existing proof because I don't think it's supposed to be that original, but I couldn't find like what it will be. Wait, this. Hey, Mom. Berkeley said the parsimony principle is basic to all science and tells us to choose a simple scientific explanation that fits the evidence. In terms of tree building, that means that other things being equal, the best hypothesis is one that requires the fewest evolutionary changes. Oh, nice. Yeah, Amon, I'm gonna wrap things up soon, but if you have a question, I'll try it. Some of these are looking almost similar. We don't get the exact same one though. Yes, Samiksha, go ahead. Oh, geez. So yeah, Territory, I'm not sure, like, I assume this is technically possible, but I'm not gonna attempt to do it today at least. But yeah, that's the only other idea that I really have is to do like basically two inductions for one for N, one for K. I couldn't really find an existing resource. It sounds like. You think you got it? Okay. Glad to hear it. Um. What's this one saying? Oh man, that's not working. I can't handle the special characters. Okay. Can Paint handle the real numbers? Or the real numbers? Okay. Paint knows what's up. I assume that's pi over 4. Oh, there's more to the question. Oh wait, this one, you originally said less than. Is that changing to greater than? Oh my god. It is less than? Okay. And there's maybe even more with that times there. To make sure, I see your question. I'm definitely doing that one first because it'll be a lot shorter. There's nothing else? Oh, okay. So the star might not mean anything. Before I look too hard at this question, let me just quickly answer Samiksha, because that should be a quicker one. If we can buy 37 meters of cloth for $69.20, I'm just going to say dollars, but you can do whatever, currency you want. Actually, I'll even write out the word dollars. $62.90. Saying that you can buy 37 meters of cloth for $62.90, you can set up a fraction that's like this. It doesn't matter which one goes on top or bottom. The important part is that we're asking what length of silk can be purchased for $44.20. So we want to take this ratio here and multiply it by something with dollars on top. So $44.20. Oh, well, you know what, this actually, never mind. Let me rephrase this. Over here on the right side, we want to end up with meters because it's a length of silk. So the way I was doing it, it was kind of right, but it was a little bit needlessly complicated. How I guess I would do this instead is still do that fraction, but because we want to end up with meters, let's put the meters on top. So 37 meters. Was that what I was doing before? It was, but I wasn't explaining it well. I'm probably still not. Sorry, I'm kind of tired, but 37 meters for $62.90. And we want to get rid of these dollars units, and we're given $44.20 that we actually have. So let's multiply by $44.20. And now these dollars as units cancel, which is the great part of doing it this way. It kind of forces you to do the units right. So whatever we're going to be is going to end up with meters. And we just have to do like this math, 37 over 69.20 times 44.20. So I'll plug it into a calculator. So we're doing 37 over 62.90, and we're multiplying 44.20. So we get 26. So we can buy 26 meters of cloth. And that makes sense intuitively, because if 37 meters of cloth is 6,000, more or less, if we only have 4,000, then we expect to get something less than 37, and we get 26. So that's a nice way to check that. Oh yeah, you can do what Aman says too with the ratio there too. It also gets taught where you could do 37 meters over $62.90 is equal to your other meters over dollars. We don't know the meters, so we'd say X meters over $44.20 and solve that for X. You'll get the same thing. Both ways are completely fine. But I hope that helps, Smiksha. No? Or what's wrong? Nothing now? I'm not sure what you mean. Oh, yeah, Finbox is probably... You're right, those are probably fractions. The only thing I can really think of is we get a common denominator for all these and pray that it matches the sum and difference identities. No worries, Aman. I don't think it will. You shouldn't be getting a squared necessarily. Ishan says the solution is 1? How do you do it? Just dirty algebra? Can move that down there. Just solve it for alpha and beta. Oh, we group the first and the second? See, I get a common denominator like for that one and that one. Okay. Oh, this might give us the sum and difference identity, yeah. And if we group the other two. Keep silence? Yes, to make sure. I don't understand what you're saying. I'm sorry. No, Teratar said that they figured it out, it sounds like. I didn't get anywhere with it. Territory is still here. Maybe they can speak to that, but they didn't say anything about the solution. It's a little too early for bed, but I do have to wrap it up. Hopefully after this one. These two numerators are trig identities. I just need to confirm which ones. Oh, they're both cosine, aren't they? And for cosine, the sign flips. Cosine plus or minus sine. So this is a cosine alpha minus beta. Yeah, they are both. You're right. The denominators I'm not quite sure what to do with, but... Cosine alpha minus beta is 2/3. Oh, actually, I guess we could plug that in. And then work with the leftovers. This is like the reverse of partial fractions, Joseph. It's like just the normal fractions, I guess. And this is going to be sine... I hope it's alpha... What are we given? It should be alpha plus beta. And I'm pretty sure it is. Yeah, it is. I don't think we need this anymore. We said that's 1/3. What the heck do we do with this denominator now? Oh, we don't need to know what it is. The question is for the greatest integer less than or equal to this thing. Let me fix that 8. So if we look only at the denominator here, this is bounded above by 1 at best. And so if we flip each side, that flips the inequality. So this bit in here is always at least 1. And because we're squaring it, it's never going to be less than -1. What about bounds? Beta is always negative, alpha is always positive. Do we even need that? The greatest integer less than or equal to. Isn't it 0? Because with a 4/81 on the outside, we can get less than 1, can't we? Unless it's never exactly equal to 1 is the argument. I don't know how to do the conclusion here, I guess. Maybe the bounds are important. Yeah, you might need to use the bounds in some way to make the conclusion here, because I'm actually getting a little bit lost now. I don't think this argument is 100% perfect because it doesn't. The bounds might be important, but I can't figure out how to use them well. Yeah. I'm sorry, Mom, but I might just need to call it quits on this one. I can't figure out the last step here. And I'm pretty freaking tired right now. All right. Well, hang on. Thanks for working on it. Yeah, like beta specifically. negative, alpha specifically positive, but I'm getting tripped up. They're sine and cosine of both alpha and beta, so I can't really. You can't choose the best values of each that give you the minimum or the maximum, whatever you want. You want to maximize the denominator to get you the minimum overall number, but you yeah, I it looks like a JE advanced question. I'm not surprised, but yeah. Hi, Krim. We've nearly gotten it down thanks to help from Levy there, but I don't know how to prove the last step. We should be able to make some remark about the denominator here that I'm not quite connecting. We could turn them into like sine of, like, you can use the double angle for sine. Yeah, sure. I'll show you that question. We have to find the greatest integer less than or equal to, like, this thing here, or I rewrote it here on the right. And so I did a bunch of manipulations on this thing to simplify it. But I think I have to use the bounds in some way, and I can't quite work it out, but maybe doing that double angle sine thing is what we need. I think it should be alpha over 2. No, it's 2 alpha. It was easy? Wait, is it? I need to look at the formula sheet. It is. Just shit after the cosine alpha plus beta step. Fuck that. Okay. I would love to do it a way that's less shit. Sounds like a dream. Is that an identity crib? I never seen that one. That would make perfect sense for a JEE question. See, I mean, I did take out, I factored out the cosine alpha plus beta. Yeah, right. So that I have the step right here. Oh wait, I made an oopsie on factor out here. Yeah, Mega, that's a lot of these JEE advanced questions. I don't really enjoy them for that reason. Ishan, I've done nearly the same thing. Like, I guess on this stuff I could have used the the sine double angle here instead. I used it later on, but I don't like any competition math, or I don't like any competition math that's in the vein of the Olympiad. I don't think any of the problems are enjoyable personally. There's other types of math competitions that I like that are more like applied math, but I don't see the point of these questions, or I don't see the point of Olympiad questions either, to be honest. All right, so I'm not really sure what to do with my thing that I have down here, but we could follow what Lovey is saying and do the sine double angle at this step over here. Oh yeah, if you just want to post yours, I'll show it on the screen. Oh, or okay, yeah, I found the actual solution. That's even easier. So, Mon, if you are still here, this is a check answer. Correct answer is 1. Can I put the link in YouTube chat? Is YouTube going to hate me? Okay, I was able to put that link in there. All right, so this is what Ishan was saying to do here. They're not squaring yet. They're only considering the not squared. What is happening here? This is some fucked up identity. It might be what Krim put. Or like a similar thing. Conditions gives an information style for alpha and beta exactly. We probably can, Venlox. I'm just not like with it enough right now. Yeah, I thought I was close. Turns out I'm not. It's like halfway there at best. I don't understand what identity goes like between these two steps, but if I just believe it, what do they do next? Oh my god, this is disgusting. Oh, with inverse trig, that's kind of interesting. That's the identity that they use there, Krim? Okay. All right, guys, I gotta call it. I can't think. Let me, thank you, Lovey, for finding the solution for that problem. And for everyone who, like, contributed. I'm gonna have the YouTube stream off here, and then we'll go check out Twitch for a raid. So anyways here on YouTube, thanks for being here. See you around on YouTube.